YouTube. And hey, what's up, Robert? How you doing? All right, we are launched up to YouTube now. Our plan for the day is we abstracted out the prompts and structured outputs, which was nice, pretty straightforward part. We then made a blog post comparing the two prompts we had, and it wasn't actually the intuitive answer you would expect, which I'm really happy about. So yeah, we'll publish that blog post soon. I need to record a YouTube video about it or something as well. That'd be cool. From there, or then after that, we should create a DB table to track usage for the AI stuff. We should then also probably get the lens running at event capture time. And then after we've done all that, maybe we can do the manual rerun functionality. So, yep, solid today and tomorrow of that stuff. And then Wednesday, Thursday, we're going to pivot to a slightly different thing. Or at least, like, we're going to be doing some, like, vibe coding stuff on Wednesday, Thursday, just to, like, test out a thing and see how we feel about it. So, yeah, should be fun. But today and tomorrow, I think we can make some really good progress on automated lenses instead of, like, manually running that stuff. So that's our plan for the day. Ishan, you have a question. You're asking, am I a musician as well? Yeah, that's an acoustic bass, a banjo, got an acoustic guitar to my left. I have an electric guitar and bass somewhere. I've got like a MIDI keyboard. It's not a great one. I want to get like one of those analog synths at some point, like the Micro Korg, or I think there's an M Audio one that's really good. Okay. Yeah, I'm just feeling slightly under the weather today, too, which is annoying. Wait, why's that crazy? I feel like I have a command for it. There you go. Yeah, if you want to check out some of the music I've recorded, there you go. I make all sorts of stuff. Nowadays on the acoustic, I do a lot more just like finger picking stuff. Boy. But yeah, Robert Tables. Happy Time is an Illusion Day. Let's do some of this gifted watch post. Yeah. When I've got a bottle just sitting at my P.O. box, I'm pretty sure that I need to go grab. I gotta do that tomorrow. We'll make that the New Year's Eve whiskey. And hey, headless headhunter, Mr. Sir. How you doing? Let me do the shout out thing here in just a sec. But what are you up to on your stream, Headless Headhunter? Everyone in my chat right now, even people over on YouTube, Headless Headhunter does a lot of really cool like resume review kind of content because they are like a headhunter in tech and maybe other markets too. But yeah, pretty cool just to like get their insights and understand that stuff a bit better. Like, I don't know anything about it. So yeah, definitely go check out their content and give them a follow, give them a sub. You were watching a bunch of Ted Lasso at some point? on stream doing a bunch of resume review. You do about 10 resume reviews a stream. Well, yeah, exactly there, Sean. You should definitely give Headless Headhunter a follow. I respect people that do that kind of content. You'll never see that kind of content here, even no matter how many times people ask. So I'm glad other people do it at least. And yeah, man, I just finished season 2 of the show Tires, and holy fuck, I love that show, dude. Like, it loses its pacing in some cases, but it's really not that bad. And they usually dial it back. Right? Like, they usually, like, wrap it back around into, like, something really good. Yeah, Tires is really fucking good. Yeah, I don't know. I would say it's definitely not my favorite whiskey. I think it's one of those ones that would grow on you. Like, if you had a bunch of it, by like the second day, it'd be what you're looking for. But at first, it's just slightly off. It's just slightly like, not what I was looking for. So yeah, adding that to your list. So far on the list is Twisted Metal Season 2, Fallout 2, and Tires. Yeah. I didn't finish Twisted Metal's second season yet. I do enjoy the show. Like, I like the characters and the actors. I hate that Fallout Season 2 is going, like, episode by episode. I hate it, because I'm so involved, I'm still watching it, but I just like, oh, now I gotta wait. I hate waiting. Just give it to me all at once. Give me the meat, give it to me raw. The Watch Post. This is almost explicitly like the Whistle Pig piggyback that you got. It's their, like, cheaper, kind of maybe like lower quality, like mixing whiskey. But you got to bounce. No worries, Headless Headhunter. You're going to want to binge it. Yep. You just finished Pluribus, and I haven't seen that yet. That looks good. Whenever it makes it back onto a platform, I'm going to binge Future Man again. For sure. You've enjoyed the return of episodic releases. Fun to have something to look forward to once a week. If that's all you're looking forward to once a week, that's a problem. Okay, yeah, Future Man is one of my favorite shows of the past 10 years, for sure. But yeah, have a good one, Headless Headhunter. We'll see you again soon. There's some other good stuff. Yeah, we can talk more shows here eventually. And no, I'm sorry, Mullet. I didn't mean to roast you. There's probably more you should be looking forward to each week, though. You know? Just statistically. Alright, so we're live. Let's head to the right scene. What does it do? But yeah, Robert Tables, I would say if you like the piggyback, it's definitely a different flavor, but it's a nice, like, mixer-friendly thing from Westland, and Westland is like a Pacific Northwest specific, like, brand. So I don't know. One of my closer friends, it's his favorite whiskey. Not the Watch Post, but the Westland. Mm-hmm. Yep. Standard Westland looks like this. And it's pretty good. But it's not a bourbon. Keep that in mind. It is definitely not a bourbon. Okay, so For everyone that is joining us, we are just getting started today. Hold on, sorry, coworker thing. Okay, sorry, just had to respond to a coworker thing there. Technically, this is still a work week. I don't foresee much happening, tomorrow and Friday because we get Wednesday and Thursday off for the holiday. So that's tricky. But there's still like brainstorming and chatting we can do. So I'm just trying to like maybe organize something like that. But I had to remind him, hey man, I'm West Coast. Do not schedule anything for me before 10 a.m., please. In like a holiday week? Come on. And hey, what's up, Jonas? I don't know if you saw my message. I saw when you tried to join our gaming chat, and I just needed to like unmute you, and then you could have joined. We just have it to prevent like spammers when I'm streaming over on the other channel. People that could end up saying something offensive that screws me. Not that you would do that. That's why I would unmute you. But yeah. Oh, you just replied too. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure, like, you didn't feel like we were singling you out. And yeah, if you wanted to just listen and chill, that's fine too. Like, that totally works. I will just let you know that anytime I'm in that channel and I'm actually there instead of just forgot to like leave it, I'm over on my gaming channel. So I don't know if you know the gaming channel, but you can always lurk there too. All right, just as another option to lurk if you don't want to be over in the Discord chat or whatever. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure you weren't feeling like we were excluding you. That's all. So yeah, seems like we're good. Oh, hold on. I need to do one thing. I need to do one thing. We're going to pause the music. We're going to click over to this. Oh, sorry for the burp. This screen. And I got to record something real quick. Damn. Wait, why am I out of frame? I shouldn't be out of frame. I'm sitting like this. Might need to adjust the camera or something. But let me do a quick screen recording. Let's make sure the person I'm doing this recording for isn't here lurking, because that spoils the surprise. Okay, cool. Everyone, CM Griffin here. I just wanted to wish the Code Drift Jacob a happy streamerversary of his affiliate status, or whatever you want to call it. Jacob's a good dude. I still remember chatting and meeting with him at a meetup in SF about Wasm stuff, because, you know, that's something he was doing. And just, yeah, super enthusiastic, chill dude. And lo and behold, yeah, he started streaming after that. Now, whether I'm actually the reason, at least maybe I was like a push, and I'd like to think so at least. Because it's always good having another chill, conscientious streamer in the category, and I'm really happy that he's stuck with it and that he enjoys it. And I hope the rest of his audience also enjoys this too. Just the category is just so much better with the Code Drift in it, and we're happy to have you, man. So cheers. Happy affiliate-versary. Cheers. Later. All right, there we go. I had to record that. I'm a slacker. I've been meaning or needing to do that since before the month, right? Like before the month even started. So that's on me, fucking blowing it. But now, let me go find this video and send it off. Why do I not see it? Wait, where do my recordings go? Ah, there it is. Yeah. Affiliate versary. CM Griffin. I'm not procrastinating. I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. Okay. So there we go. Sorry I had to do that real quick. Let me get more music going. Let's just skip to a new album. Or not new, but different album. And yeah, I followed up with, I should probably stop treating deadlines as the schedule for when I should do something. Anyone else operate that way? What's up, Zach? How you doing? The deadline's in 2 weeks. All right, so I can start filming in 2 weeks. So you're telling me you want me to start in 2 weeks? Got it. Damn right, mullet. I use that quote all the time. Next time you stop by, it was their desktop wallpaper. Fuck yeah, dude. Ford Prefect. He really understands a fast paced work environment. You had a good dream last night? Fuck yeah, dude. Nice. I love a good dream. Oh, gotcha. You mean of the songs that I shared? Got it, got it, got it. Hold on 1 second. Let me just do this. Almost overshared your dream where you're in a K-pop band. The Bandcamp link? Absolutely. Yeah. That Bandcamp link is just all the music I've bought on Bandcamp. Some of the newer stuff may not be synthwave, but if you just skip around, the majority is synthwave, right? If there's like 100 and something albums, I want to say like somewhere between 5 and 10 of those albums are not synthwave. So your odds are pretty good. Yeah. No, you're not gonna find any Coolio in there. Sorry, I don't think he ever released to Bandcamp. I know. You got to get up to get down for sure. Come along and ride on a fantastic voyage. Hey, Taco Bandit, Mister Sir. Those 5 or 10 albums, Kentucky Bluegrass. I like bluegrass. I don't think I have any on. I mean, not unless you count Cosmo Sheldrake. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. All right, and what's up, Stuttgart? How you doing there, Taco Bandit? Appreciate y'all. Sorry, work thing, just looping stuff in. Okay, anyway, so back to what we're doing. Yeah, make sure that we're limiting users properly. Make sure that they're only on the free tier, or not free tier, that they're not on the free tier, that they're paid, paying. And we need to track that stuff in the database. Ideally, we should be using Walter for this stuff. But we just don't have Walter set up right. And honestly, I think it's a better understanding of how other users would consume Walter if they opt into it after they've built their own system rather than trying to build on top of it from scratch. Walter is the usage-based billing tool that I was working on for like a year or two, which I still want to work on, but I just think there's a quicker path to profitability with what we're doing with Messijo. But Messijo was always started as a way to dog food Walter. So eventually that's our goal, but we can do other stuff first. Okay. So here's one thing. We're currently I think we're currently doing these dependencies in the wrong order. So right now we've got this like client, and not even the wrong order, but like the wrong grouping. We're grouping our outputs in like an outputs module when really we should create a module for each feature that needs these things. And the feature modules should just consume the client. I think I like that idea better. So realistically, we're going to rename this so that it's always at the top. That is client. And all of our utilities will have the underscore, and then everything without it will be the other thing. So then we've got lenses, I guess. Okay. Module doc, lenses. And it's not OpenAI API. It's just AI functions for lenses. And $1 buys a nickel's worth. All right, so then we can just call this prompt because the lens is implied because it's part of that module. And then we can do output on its own as well. All right, sorry, just work stuff. Okay, so we've got response schema, we've got prompt and prompt lighter. And realistically, these could be def P. The rim light? Yeah, rim lighting is really important. Right, so then this is no longer that. Like, let's grab this. And then chat completion is public. All right, so I kind of like this more. So then we get rid of outputs and prompts, trash. All right, so then here in lenses, right, we're just calling lenses run lens. That doesn't seem so bad. Okay. So here we end up doing match and notify. In my opinion, that's actually where we want to do some of this stuff as well. All right, so my main thought. And what's up, GJ? Ready for the new year? Yeah, I think so. Got a lot of stuff I need to do. Slacking. But, you know. Hold on one second. Man, that's crazy to me. It, yeah, it doesn't feel like Carter Rabasa has been at DataStax for 2 years, but I guess he has. It's just time flies, you know? But man, yeah, he's already moving on to something else. But really, like 2 years is pretty standard for like starting to find a new DevRel gig. But yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's keep doing stuff. All right. So the place that we want to do the lens thing, we want to do it after we have matched all parts. We're incrementing this metric, and then we get keyword event right here. Technically, I think we want to do it when we create the event. But we might want to do it when we update the event. Right? Because a user can edit their stuff on various platforms. So for the same reason that we want to update the event when it changes, we also want to update the lens result when it changes. So we'll want to do an upsert, which is totally a thing, and we totally do that. This needs to be an upsert as well. Yeah, okay. All right, so then here, the user prompt, this is where we need to fetch right run lenses and update lens results, because this ends up being a loop. So then this is lenses equals basically that, but it's going to be on keywords. Right, list keyword lenses by keyword ID. Yep. And we could pipe that. I don't know if the pipe matters that much. Right, so we're going to log out the name and everything. And we could do this as a task, which might be smart. Right, and then here we'd want to do that. We skip this song, because how dare they sing in my ear? How dare they? All right. Okay. Did I make it out snowboarding at all? And thank you for the follow, Binary Pie. No, I didn't. Technically, today is the first day Stevens Pass is even open. I would bet there's basically no one up there, though. Yeah. Now, it is towards the end of the day, so I could understand that a bit. But yeah, it's going to be dead as fuck up at Stevens Pass for a long time. Because I don't know if you've seen this. You have 3 days at Baker and 2 at Crystal so far? Yeah. So this is part of the Stevens Pass Highway. There's not going to be that much snowboarding up at Stevens Pass until the highway is fixed. Right? The highway is pretty much mostly closed from just outside of Skycomish all the way to Leavenworth. There is a way to get up there through the Chumstick and through Plain, and that's how people are getting up to Stevens Pass right now, but from the west side, nah. So what you'd have to do is you'd have to go I-90 out to fucking Ellensburg, basically, or Cle-Elum, then take 97 up, then head into Leavenworth, and then take the Chumstick out through Plain, and then over to 207 in like Lake Wenatchee area, and then you could make it up. And then you got to drive all the way back around if you really do want to make it from anywhere around here. So just nightmare material. Like, no. Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent. You were just going to stay in Leavenworth or something? That makes sense. But yeah, no, I'm good on that. If I lived in Leavenworth, sure, but I don't. There was a year that I did live out probably like this area of Lake Wenatchee. I think technically I was like closer to here. Because I do know there was a lake. Is this Fish Lake? See, I basically lived like, probably like right there. No, because it was a separate road. No, it was probably like right there. But I don't live there this year. Where's Cedro Woolley? Cedro Woolley is way south. I'm pretty sure. Like, Cedro Woolley's down near Tacoma, isn't it? Oh, no, it's up north. Oh, yeah, I was thinking of the wrong place. What's the place that, I'm thinking of Slater Kinney. Cedro Woolley, Slater Kinney, what's the difference? So yeah, Cedro Woolley, it's up by Mount Vernon and stuff. Okay. I know a bunch of people from like the Mount Vernon area that Stevens Pass was their like home mountain, so makes sense. Used to live in Cedro Woolley when you were younger? Makes sense. Yeah, if I lived up there, I'd probably be riding up at Baker. But yeah, whatever her name is from Portlandia, she is from like Slater Kinney, and they named their band after it, which is funny. So that's why I always mix that one up. Okay. So, yeah, let's keep working. So some of these things that need to be upserts, yep, we just need to do that. Oh, and I picked up croissants at the grocery store. I'll be doing ham and egg croissants for dinner. I'll do one with American cheese, one with Colby Jack, and we'll see which one's better. I'm putting my money on the American cheese. I know, right? Need to lurk? Yeah, Happy New Year, Jonas. Yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that, and the day after that, and I'll be streaming all the way through Sunday. Now, ideally, there is still some work I got to do tonight and tomorrow night and tomorrow during the day. But I don't know. I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. Okay. So yeah, what's everyone up to? Hold on. I need to propose another time. All right, so you're working on your Linux distro. What sets it apart? Are we looking at Omarchi version 3? Hyperland based, but using uBlue base and a bunch of custom stuff in Quick Shell. Also wrote your own data broker in Rust. What is the purpose of a data broker in a context like that? Okay, interesting. Yeah, I've never heard of that before. So yeah, interesting. Would you say it's similar? Like, would you consider? Shit, I'm forgetting the name of it now. Raycast. Would you almost consider Raycast a data broker, or like Spotlight, or some of that stuff, like the things that index your stuff so you can search it better? So that's like the role of a data broker as well. Yeah, stuff behind Alfred and Spotlight. Got it. Okay. So I beat you to it. All right. So yeah, let's keep working. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. I need to just close this bullshit on the left over here. There we go. There we go. Oh, anyone have like a favorite LLM eval service or anything? I think I'm going to use Arise. And what is Arise's pricing? right, let's close some more of this. Okay, so we cleaned up a bunch of the BS that we don't need. Now, let's look at this. So we see pending events 157. We see 347,504. This might actually be tricky because this stuff doesn't actually show that often. Right? Like, we're not getting matches for Ghosty nearly as quickly as we would like. And I guess here's the next thing. On Open Router, let's go look at my activity. Today is the 29th, and this was at 3:31. Oh, cool. You know, it's something that would be really nice about logging with Elixir, being able to assign a color. Right? What if I just wanted to make it like, I don't know, bright green or orange or something? Looks like maybe I can. right? And we're just doing all this on the free tier, and I think that's fine. All right, so while we're waiting for some of that, so my main thought is, do we want to do this as just a count value? Because we could just insert into a table and make the count value be driven off that table, and then... Because if we do it as just a number, when do we reset that number? And we could do it on their billing date. But maybe that's not the best time. Like, it doesn't give us any chance of, like, auditing things better. And being able to audit does sound incredibly useful to identify abuse. Yeah, so we just need to fix stuff. I was hoping we'd see just one more event. We should actually be able to... Oh, wait, because it didn't get matched. So it wouldn't show here. So... Right, like, these to-dos are important. There's going to be the idea of, like, when we have to, like, run a lens to catch up with the other events. And it's up to the user if they actually want to run it. We should also be clearing these events based upon, like, retention timers and stuff. Let me get more music going. Sure. Curious where this is going now. I don't do freelance. I'm going to be honest with you, you can't afford me if you have to ask here. How much do you think a website should cost? There you go, Binary Pie. Well, yeah, if you're willing to pay that, I'll make a website for you. $12 including the domain. Yeah, I'm not making Brainless's website. What's up, Glober? How you doing? Nope, definitely not. If you're not careful, I'll put you on the D drive. How about that one? Ooh, there you go. Binary Pie, anyone ever call you floppy? That was a very floppy statement. Only on whiskey night. Boom, roasted. There you go. Touche. Touche. Here's a quick question. Can websites determine your CPU architecture? I don't think there's a browser API for that, right? Well, it looks like you could do architecture and bitness. So browsers do allow that. Cool. Why would anyone need that? Specifically for a problem that we have at work. If you are on an ARM CPU and you download the Windows like x86, x64 version of GitKraken, you get massive performance problems, and vice versa. Now, we had a bug in our delivery process when delivering updates in the past, and it sent the wrong version to the wrong users and massive support ticket issues. But at some point, like, yeah, warning the user that they're downloading the wrong version or something is actually a very legitimate use case for stuff like that. Ideally, we should be able to provide a universal binary. This is something an attacker could use as well. Via the browser? How so? And how is it anything that you wouldn't be able to determine with enough heuristics anyway? Right? You just run things that have automatic use, right? That would automatically use SIMD in some way. Right? Like the presence of MMX, AVX2, that kind of stuff. You could check for that. Right? Just timing attacks. So I don't think it's leaking anything a user, like an attacker couldn't get anyway. Right? Do you think it's a vulnerability to leak your operating system? Because even then, you know. Yeah, Arch of the client side. It's just in your browser. Your browser doesn't know anything about the server-side architecture. Yeah, JS exposes runtime.platform architecture. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I was not aware of that. I had to look it up. You can do that binary. That's fine. But knowing the CPU architecture doesn't help in that case. It's not an extra vulnerability in any way. But nation states are already doing that, man. Shit. Damn, I was hoping we'd get at least one event. But yeah, we just need to start running these. An attacker might use that API to download the version of the binary that will run on the client. And then it's still up to the user to actually run the binary, right? Like JavaScript can't execute the binary for you. Yeah, I don't know, GJ. I think you misunderstand where like the firewall of what a browser can be concerned about is. The user, no matter what, can download a compromised binary. It's outside the browser's hands at that point. That's fine, GJ, but that's still a problem that you cannot prevent. Like, there's no way you're going to prevent that, GJ. Because you could just still compile a Go binary that goes and fetches the actual like payload for the architecture you're on. Yeah, Go has that ability to do some dynamic shit. All sorts of languages have the ability to do some dynamic shit like that. You could write perfectly like, virus stuff won't even catch it. Kind of like JavaScript executables that will then go download a binary for the platform you're on. Like, dude, yeah, like GJ, there's only so much you can do. Concern yourself with the things that actually matter in your app. I mean, Sir Elfman, I wouldn't put Mongo on that pedestal. I wouldn't make not even Mongo a statement. I think you're misunderstanding some of these things. Oh, JLem, if you're out there, thank you for the link. For some reason, I couldn't find that. I was having one hell of a time finding it. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, dude, Jalen, thank you for that link because I'm about ready to start doing that build. Yeah, for everyone out there, in PoE2, I have an Amazon, and I couldn't find a good Amazon build for her. I'm probably going to do this build that I just linked. But then eventually I kind of want to do like a rarity bot build. I've never done one of those. That'd be kind of fun. But you need a lot of gold to do the rarity bot thing. Okay. Anyway, so back to what we're building. I'm just like really hoping we see another one of these events here soon. But we're just not seeing one, so whatever. Let's do the other things that we need to do instead then. I was just hoping we'd see it anywhere in here. But yeah, I don't see any green. We can just clear. Unless I broke something, we wouldn't be getting there anyway. All right, so our first step is really thinking about budgeting. So here's my thought. We could do just a giant table of lens events.
But then we just create an ID for like a lens event run. And if we're using a unique ID per like run of lens events, then when we update a lens, right, we invalidate the other ones because when we update, we just change the ID and then we're no longer able to fetch, right? So then we don't have to delete. And then that lets us track a count value separately. I like the idea of the run ID because then it gives us this like audit log that we may not need. And then based on that, yeah, we have like our quantum, like cron job thing, just going through and cleaning up stale events. So that stays chill. I guess here's the biggest thing. When we say you get X amount of things per month, that typically resets on whenever your billing date is. Yeah? So do we care about the full audit log? I think the naive way is just track a counter. I think at the end of the day, we're going to fall into the you aren't going to need it kind of like phase of things. And the counter will track better, right? Like it'll scale easier because we're doing it just per team. And then we just update it based on the team's billing date. I guess the problem with using billing date is that we have entitlements that we've gifted people, you know? And gifted entitlements don't have a billing date. But they could, but they're not going to get a recurring billing date. Oh, it is. It's absolutely a problem for Walter. We're not at the point where we can use Walter for it yet. So, like, I actually wanted to do this the naive wrong way, because then migrating to Walter is closer to like a dev experience that we would go through anyway, right? All right, so hold on. I totally did my job. Totally did my job. And then real quick, you read that as exes, like past romantic partners, and you were finally able to relate. Oof. There you go. Boom, roasted. So, what I think we need is a separate table, and we'll call it like org quotas or something. And we'll want to, like, eventually, we'll want to start charging for overages and things like that. Like, definitely a problem for Walter. We're just not there yet. And I think I'm okay with that. Only so much you can do. But yeah, what's everyone up to? Any fun plans for the upcoming holiday? Not tomorrow, but Wednesday and Thursday? Taking a dang break from work fires and playing some airsoft all weekend. Spent speeding time with your wife as well. Yeah. You got to speed through that time with your wife so you can play more airsoft. Obviously. Duh. That's just science. I was just having fun. I knew what you meant. Come on, take it easy. Have I ever had an issue with cameras in OBS randomly going blurry? You're sure it's some optimization setting, maybe? I mean, CodeSpent, are you seeing it just through OBS? Or is it also like in your viewfinder or whatever, right? Discord side by side and only OBS is affected. Interesting. Yeah, I've never had that problem with OBS. I don't know. Hey, there you go, talented. I know, right? Exactly, Ate. That person that asked me to make a website, I should just send them a quote. What was I thinking? I should have just sent him a quote. That's pretty solid. They're talented. I fucked up. Can I just point out a person asking a random Twitch streamer what their rate is an extremely red flag. Like if you have to ask in a Twitch chat, you can't afford it. Is that me just being skeptical? Interesting, Talented. That's super cool. I like hearing your process. Yep. Yeah, 100% agree. But yeah, that's not what we were actually scaling or scrolling through that for. Yeah, that almost doesn't even seem like AI, in my opinion. Like you'll want to like turn the PDF into text that you can scan, but then scanning the text, that just sounds like a regular expression. I think AI is the wrong use case. But here's the thing, they probably asked for AI, right? Oh, PDF names might not have the same spellings. But yeah, Kinslayer, Herkimer Homoka, formerly of Romania. Free now of the chains of Ceausescu, traveling the world, doing good. Did I forget to mention trying to find the lost city of Zinj? No, we were explicitly told not to eat the sesame cake. You didn't recognize the reference? It's from the movie Congo. Just a classic. And what's up, Ixoria? How you doing? All right, so yeah, let's keep working. We're going to create a whole new model. No, that makes sense there, Talented. Yeah, good luck. I think you got it. Yeah, no, that sounds like a fun use case. Like, honestly, I would love to see more write-ups of, like, the case studies for those kind of things. Right? Like, what was your process? What worked? What didn't? What were your assumptions going in? Were those invalidated? Etc. Like, I want to see more case studies, you know? Yeah, exactly. So you can do the easy ones first, right? Yeah, I like that idea. Yeah, no, that makes sense, dude. And yeah, you can deliver some massive value for that. I like that. All right, so hold on. Yeah, we got that. Let's keep going. Kind of fun project to outperform humans with some Python. Yeah, I've done something similar. Something like over like 40 or 50,000 jewelry images. All like there was definitely duplicates, but that some of them were cropped differently. So like one image might be the same image, but they removed like the lower third. So the image was no longer like centered the same way. So I had to use like perceptual diff and then start applying like just like ad hoc cropping to run over these things, but I was able to identify like 12 to 14,000 duplicates. All using TypeScript with like image magic under the hood. And then whatever pdiff tool I was using. And this is back in, I want to say 2017. That was a fun project. That was my favorite part of working at the agency I worked at. The CTO would just be like, ooh, hold on. Here's a fun task for Chris. And he was right every time. Like, dude, yeah. That's the one thing I miss the most about working at that agency. I was getting underpaid for sure for the value I brought to the table. But the fact that the CTO was like, ooh, who could do this? And I was typically like the first person that came to mind. There's something really fun about that. Mm hmm. Mm hmm. Yeah, at another point, they wanted me to try and solve the like their fleet management problem with all their Macs. I got to do a lot of digging. I think just a couple years after that, other tools came out that made it way easier. But this was back again, like 2016, 2017, where not all companies were like, yeah, all of our devs just use Macs. So yeah, that was an interesting problem to try and solve. Um, Another one of those like really fun ones. It was like one of these things that was randomly presented. But hold on, how do we? JS only eye tracking. It was like eye gazer or something like WebGazer. That's it. So yeah, taking WebGazer here, I created a proof of concept browser extension and then like subsequent web service where you would enable WebGazer and you could get full on like browser eye tracking and then get like a heat map, like a timeline heat map of where the person was actually looking on the page. That one was really fucking fun. But it got to a point where, like, yes, I had this proof of concept, and then they were like, all right, cool, turn it into a product now. And it's like, whoa. Like, we're going to have to, like, build this thing basically from scratch again. This was just a proof of concept. This is not a thing you can make a full on proper product out of. And they just never got that through their head, and they never put the proper, like, project management process onto it. Right? Like we needed to start it from scratch, taking the lessons learned and all that stuff, but we needed to properly design the database. We needed to do a whole bunch of shit. And they were just thinking like, oh no, we'll just slap some auth on it and we're done. We got a product, right? It's like, no, definitely not. Like the animated heat map. Yeah, I did that. That was fun. The browser extension, adding WebGazer, like, you know, organizing projects and grouping things by URL and blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, we did that. That was good. But the auth of it sucks. There's nothing extensible about this. Like, it's all ad hoc and gross. We would have needed to, like, build it proper. And they just, I don't know, they couldn't get it through their head because what they saw, they were like, oh, that's close enough to a real product. But it wasn't. So, yeah, that's one of those things that I'd love to go back and, like, build again. Because it's been long enough. I wouldn't be using any of their same source code or any of that stuff. I'd be taking lessons learned, but you can't patent lessons learned. And yeah, I don't know. I do think like a browser-based eye tracking tool could have value. Like it would have to be opt-in, right? User has to click a button to do it. But it's not that bad. And then you're just injecting JavaScript into the, you know, the browser context. So yeah, I don't know. I'd love to build that again. It's not perfect though. And like you'd really need someone who understands how any of this stuff actually works to go in and actually like do it, you know? Yeah, absolutely. There's massive use cases and value for it, but you'd have to build a real product and I don't know. I think we're finally past like the statute of limitations or whatever to where like, dude, it's obvious I wouldn't be using any of the same code. I don't have that code anymore. But the idea of gluing these various things together, you can't patent that. You can't copyright that. So I could go back and start actually building it. But it just wasn't like a great experience. So you'd need someone to actually like continue the work that was put into WebGazer. And to me, I believe it's just like, it's a massively dead stalled project. All these people that were involved have graduated by now. Like, maybe you could hire them as contractors or something, but yeah, I just don't think so. And it's licensed under GPL v3, which is even harder. Like any changes we make to this, we'd have to open source and we'd have to like firewall the contributions to that from the rest of our app. And I don't know, it does get tricky. I read this as Preston Tunnel Vision. However, though, that's just funny. Yeah, what's up, Preston Tunnel Vision? I mean, Wilson. Wilson. Associate professor. So he may still be maintaining this, actually. Jesus. And wait a minute. Brown University? Is that in Rhode Island? I've never known where Brown was. When did they write this? Do these guys still stream? No way. That's interesting. But yeah, live streaming reimagined. I wonder if they hopped into stream at one point. That'd be interesting. Anyway, let's get back to it. Let's keep working. So what we'll do is, yeah, we'll call it org quotas. All right, we're going to generate a migration. We're going to call it create org quotas. I think that's a fine name. All right, so then org ID, blah, 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 keyword lens results. Keyword events. We kind of do need that. Keywords were good. Lens runs were good. Oh, lens runs might actually be all we care about. Events. That is keyword events. What other quotas do we need to like track in the app? Right, we're tracking events. And that's about it so far. Yeah, results is not it. Yeah, it's just lens runs, keyword events, non-nullable. And hey, what's up, Chuck? How you doing, Mr. Sir? All right, and yeah, the person we banned yesterday, we unbanned. I don't know if they're out here right now, even. Probably not. But I think it was smart. You've been watching almost daily on lurk mode. Okay. Is that like daily since you started following? Like a month or so ago? Like 2 months ago? Hell yeah, dude. Appreciate that. Thank you. Glad you enjoy it. We must ban the bottom 20% every quarter to raise the bar on viewer quality. Damn, Binary Pie, you've got an MBA from Stanford, don't you? That's only something a business major would come up with. Oh, just ex Amazon. Touche. Touche. You've been working on an AI research side project. Oh, that sounds fun. Like, I don't know, you got any, like, spoiler alert stuff you want to share with us or anything? NLP related tooling addition to LLMs. Interesting. Any ex Googlers too? We have a couple current Googlers every once in a while, but I don't see any of them here right now. I'm sure there's a couple ex Googlers as well, but yeah, just thinking out loud. Yeah, not seeing the current ones at least. But yeah, I would say, I don't know, this is enough for this table for now. I don't want to like over engineer it, but yeah, anytime I'm like modifying the database, I do want to like think it through a little more. I don't know, because yeah, like setting up the database wrong leads to a lot more like code churn than just like fixing an endpoint that missed something, you know? So yeah, I like to make sure that I am thinking through this problem a little better. But I think, yeah, I think we're good. I think that's it. Man, I was just hoping at least one message would come through that we'd see. But yeah, no, it's fine. We just need to like be able to manually run these things. That would solve most of our problems as well. So yeah, this is the table. Sure, we're gonna run that. I think we just run it. Sure. But now, hold on. We gotta roll it back. Because we're missing indexes, right? We need to be able to query by org ID, which means, yeah, create index org quotas org ID. Yep. And honestly, it's a unique index. And yeah, fetching those values isn't going to matter, right? We reset these counters at the start of the billing cycle or the first in the month. We don't have a start of the billing cycle. Like, yeah, where are we looking up that value? That's something we definitely got to do. But you know what I definitely got to do? I got to go pee. Give me a second. BRB. BRB. Alrighty. And I'm back.
Give him an enema.
And yeah, how's everyone doing? You finished GDPR compliance. So you're elated and annoyed all at the same time. Now do SOC 2. Are you trying to drive him literally insane? GDPR is actually kind of easy. Let people delete accounts. Let people delete their data. Problem solved. I believe I'm actually fully GDPR compliant. I think I'm fully GDPR compliant with what we're building here. I'm almost positive. More music, though. Is this one any good? I don't remember. It only matters up until the point you get sued. That is true. Yep. Just like you can claim PCI compliance as much as you want as well, and it only matters up until the moment you're compromised. At which point you're fucked. Yeah, I mean, there's an entire reason why Stripe was able to build their borderline monopoly, helping developers avoid PCI compliance. It's genius, actually. Hey, what's up? G'day, you Gadant. How you doing, Hypnotic? So game dev, back to the grind. What game are you building right now? Excuse me. Still Bobble Shop Sim. Do you have a link or like a Steam page or anything? Like, is this something that I could wish list? You totally do? Yeah. 1 second. Let me make sure. All right, so yeah, go ahead and link us the game so that I can add it to my wish list over my on my stream PC. Be a whole lot cooler if you did. All right, there it is. Bobble Shop Simulator. Bob Shop Sim. It's cleaner. Oh. Bob Shops him. But yeah, let me go add it to my wish list. Wait, the baubles can do their own work? Oh, that sounds nice. That's actually some merch I've been wanting to make for this stream for a long time. Like a CM Griffin bobblehead, because I'm always like bobbing my head to the music. Sometimes they do come to life. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, pay attention though, as these bobbleheads sometimes have a mind of their own. Oh, okay. Hell yeah, dude. No, this looks cool. I like what you're doing. Agree bobbles. It would need interchangeable beanies, possibly interchangeable hoodies. Oh, okay. So the villains are disagreeables. The CM Griffabobbles are neutral, like Switzerland. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I do think it's interesting you're building a sim game. That's actually like the first game I want to build if I ever get time and ever decide to actually do it. I want to do like a gambling management simulator. I'd be curious, what are you building yours with? Right, Unity, Godot. Okay, Godot, got it. Because I'd love some like pre-made stuff that helps like manage the timeline, allows you to like speed up and slow down time and all that stuff. If there was some way to just have like a just like a time management abstraction without having to like come up with that yourself, that would be really, really useful. Right? Like managing the ticks, having some abstraction for that. I got to assume that it probably exists on like the Unity or Unreal like stores or whatever. But yeah, like I think Godot needs some kind of like repository of reusable things, and they could charge money for it, right? I want a marketplace in which I could just buy something that plugs into Godot that way. And what language are you using? Are you using GDScript? Are you using Rust? I think you can use other stuff too. I think C#. So there are Godot plugins you can get directly from within Godot, right? I get that, but what I want is an ecosystem. Like, you should be able to, like, sell some of these abstractions. That would be really cool. I think that's really the next step for Godot. That kind of, like, paid marketplace, you know? And maybe that's what you mean by plugins, right? Like, is there a marketplace where you can go and, like, buy someone's plugin? Because if not, that's really where Godot should be going. Just to, like, sustain the ecosystem. Sure, maybe they could collect a 5% fee. You think that's what they're working on? Yeah. From a business standpoint, they have to be working on that. So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And what's up, Bokanon? How you doing? Welcome to our false Karis. Welcome back to our false Karis. Yeah, I hope you had a good one too. Let's keep going. All right, so yeah, we got this. Yeah. This is where you came in. We were in the middle of scaffolding a new table to track people's usage of our AI features. When I should do a vitamin D. All right, so we scaffolded out. We create org quotas, and we need to create a model for it. We can close whatever that folder is. And Bokanon, thank you for the follow. Questionable. Okay, I guess it's only been a month since you first chatted. We'll allow it. No, it's fine. It's whatever. You might have caught me being a jerk at one point to someone who didn't deserve it. I get it. Unfollows happen. I'm not going to hold a grudge about it. They might hold a grudge about it. That's a different thing, though. All right, so yeah, let me grab another soda. It'll be the last soda, but that means 2 whiskeys are what we can get out of it. And it's only 5 o'clock, so we got time. Like, honestly, we should start doing, like, bigger and longer streams for the holidays here. I think that'd be fun. Oh, I do need to... I need to recycle all these empty soda bottles around me. There are a bit too many. And it's really easy to fix. It's just a thing I gotta do. That's all. But yeah, no. How's everyone doing? Right? The big holiday theoretically is over. But I consider New Year's to be the bigger holiday. Anyone else feel the same way? You've been learning Godot. Oh, cool. Yeah, exactly, Brainless. Yeah. That's how I treat holidays for the most part, too, but it's always fun to have an occasion on stream. I don't know why I used my lighter. I have my keychain right there. I don't get it. I just don't get it. It's like he smokes weed or something. And man, yeah, this whiskey is growing on me. I didn't like it at first, but it's getting better. You just need to like get through like the second or third one, and then all of a sudden it fits really well with a Coca-Cola. Just take some time. All right, let's close this. Yeah, of course, that wouldn't do anything because we haven't relaunched the API yet. You can do .dev sh, and this all feels about right. So then here at the keywords, like repository level. Well, actually, no, it's accounts. At the accounts repository level, all right, so we get by org ID. We create one. Sure, yep. No, that looks about right. Updating one. I don't like the update so far. So what we want to do after this is we want to look at how jolly I am. Yeah. It is a solid album. Yeah, this is good. So one thing I guess we are missing it has to do with database seeding. And we've got seed billing tiers right here. So when it comes to the billing, we almost want like lens runs to be some kind of like factor of the events per month and the amount of keywords. Some of your keyboard's keys are sticky. What's up with that? Oxidation? Do you have a dog and it likes to drool on stuff? And then King over on YouTube says, maybe dust, like if you left it for a few days. You think the grease got solid because you left your window open? Interesting. Grease probably shouldn't be freezing. But if there's too much like dust or dirt in the air that accumulates into the grease, then the grease could become gritty. Yeah, it could be time for a deep clean. Yep. Now hold on, is GitHub Wrapped actually going now? Streak of only 6 consecutive days? $682 commits pushed. Right? Your most used API key, and it shows the whole thing. Most productive month was August. Fridays are my most productive day. I don't know about that one. Wait, what the hell did I gain 700 stars on? Yeah, GitHub stars. What the hell did I build that people were starring? 2 stars, right? Like 10? I haven't touched that in ages. Oh, it's definitely cumulative across projects for sure. Yeah, is it maybe just like repos that you contributed to in kind of like any way? Yeah, I think the stars thing is inaccurate. There's just no way. If we look at the orgs I'm a part of, okay, Neo Vim Biscuits could actually be a big one. I think this was only at like 100 something earlier this year. So I think it's across all of your orgs too. Because, yeah, someone featured Neo Vim Biscuits in like a YouTube video, and that got a bunch of stars earlier. Yeah, it wasn't Vexilla. I don't think anyone's starring Messijo. It's not even public. Nope. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think the stars is inaccurate. I think it's like your total stars or something. We can see that Wednesday is my slow get day. Yeah, Wednesdays and Sundays are typically days that I don't stream. So yeah, Wednesdays and Sundays. Like, you'll see a rare Wednesday and Sunday stream, but not often. Usually when I got other stuff going. And then, hold on. What website was this? This was get-wrapped.com, King Goes Gaming. I feel like there's another couple of these as well. I like the one that visualizes your history as like a 3D like city kind of thing. But yeah, Wednesday and Sundays, those are typically my days off. Your number 2 language was ActionScript? Ooh, they know more about you than you know about yourself. I think this is the one that I saw someone else linking to. Yeah, so it makes sense why my streak would be fucked. Because Wednesdays and Sundays were like days off. Yeah, interesting. Are there any other good ones? Yeah, I don't know. I'm over it. And then, hold on, let me catch up on... You needed something in the background while working on your app and randomly found my stream, and good luck. You've been coding for 12 hours straight, pushing new features, and you actually love it. That's why you keep doing it. It's challenging, but in a fun way. Yeah, sounds about right there, Wooba. All right. Anyway, let's keep going. I'm getting distracted. But yeah, so billing tiers. I'm not entirely sure billing tiers still belong in the database, but they're there now, so let's just modify them. So let's think about our billing. Yeah, I think this is the important bit. How many lenses would you expect to have? One per keyword? I think that's doable. So then it'd be something like 3,000 lens results per keyword. So then if we're at the token cost that we were seeing, let's just say 3,000. 3,000 times 300, that would put us at like 1,000,000 tokens per cheap tier user for input tokens. For output tokens, if it's at 100, that would put us at 300K for output tokens, which would be a third of our output token cost. So we're looking at basically 14 cents, which I consider incredibly reasonable, but we're going to be adding more and more stuff to that. But I think, yeah. I think keeping lens result runs, I think that makes sense. Instead of switching to smaller models weren't giving us any good results. And it's still just kind of a shit experience because even a smaller model on like a bad device is super slow and it sucks. It's a bad experience. Like you wouldn't pay for that. Honestly, if we just limit it to the amount of events, we'd probably be good anyway. Nah, I still think we should start thinking about like, yeah, how many lenses do we want the user to have? And that should be the amount of like lens runs that we allow. And I think the biggest thing is like as users use the app and complain that they're not getting enough, we can definitely consider giving them more. I just think I don't want to like go bankrupt giving them too much from the start. Yeah, exactly. Start small and you can always give them more. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, charge for extra for overage. Yep. I don't necessarily want to do overage yet, but that would definitely be a big part of what we do to improve the app in the future. Yeah. Yeah. We have that as a bug. It's fine for now. They're just collective runs rather than token based. And that's where we just start like amortizing, like I think most of these things are going to be under a certain size anyway, so it's not a big deal. But then the things that are above a certain size, I don't know. Yeah. Users don't want to track tokens for sure. All right, so we crunch these numbers and it's going to be like 14 cents if we do a lens per keyword. But honestly, like, no, that would still just be 1,000 matches. No. If we do a lens per keyword, right? Doesn't necessarily have to be like limited to one per. It would still be 1,000 events times the amount of lenses. And rather than make people think like, oh no, like you're gonna you didn't hit or you hit your events list keyword quota but not your lens result quota. I don't know, people don't care about that. So I think instead we just limit people to like a soft value under the hood. We just want to prevent people from like, okay, they create a lens right? We're listening to all events, and then, well, yeah, cool, they did that search, and then they delete the lens and create a new one. I don't want them doing that like 20 times a day and bankrupting me, right? So maybe yeah, like we're definitely going to have to allow people to pay for extra. But then maybe there's just like a little like info, like hover text, tooltip or whatever, next to 3 lenses, that there's a soft cap on the amount of like lens results we allow. And then it's just the amount of lenses times events per month. And if we allow 1 lens per keyword at 1,000, sure, that's where that number of 14 cents came in. But then if we want to crunch the numbers of like, well, yeah, 5 keywords at 10,000, that's 50,000 events. Right? So 50,000 times 300, that ends up being 15 mil, which is then multiply that by 4 cents. That's 60 cents total. All right, so we're looking at 60 cents for input, and then output would be at 100, right? And that's actually not the right number. No, that is the right number. Yeah. Okay, so then at 100, that puts us at 5 mil, and 5 mil would be, let's say it's 40 cents at the top of the spectrum. So then it would be $2. So we'd be looking at $2.60 as far as like our cost for this. So our most profitable tier would actually be the $10 a month. Getting people in at the 20 might not be ideal, but just get them in there. But then once we get up to 50, yeah, so I just think I'm not properly scaling my pricing. But even then, $2.60, the cost to me is pretty low. So I'm making basically, let's just say $15 profit on a startup tier. That's totally fine. But then let's crunch these other numbers. And that's where I think it gets crazier. Let me get more music going first, though. And continuing to remember that as we add some of these other features, we're probably going to want to bump up the cost of things, right? So yeah, pre-seed, 14 cents. Right, so then unicorn, I think it's actually going to be more than that, right? So if we have a lens per keyword, right, that's 10 lenses potentially. 10 times the 50,000 events would be 500,000 events. right? So then it would be 500,000, which would be 50 mil. Which would be, dude, $20. Am I doing any caching? Nah. All right, so then divide that by 10, roughly. So realistically, the way I'm currently doing billing is I'm making more money off pre-seed users than I would off of unicorn users. Which means I think we got to just bump those numbers up, right? Like this would then go to 100 or 80. This one we bump up to 30. I'm okay making this still like the most profitable tier. Because technically, yeah, as like billing goes up, you still want to like offer a better deal. I just want to make sure it's not like, dude, at $22 of a $50 tier, it's a massive chunk of potential profit, especially as I start like adding other features, right? Now, how many brands are going to be hitting these limits? Do I want the highest tier to make the highest or roughly equal profit? No, because there's definitely something to be said. Like, if this one user or team right, like the amount of profit I'm making is still a higher cost, like still a higher value for that team, for that user, right? Like I'd be making, if $22 is knocked off of here, that's $28 profit, which is massively more than either of these, right? I am still thinking I probably want to bump up the cost of Unicorn though, right? But just at that point, just because like the thing we're offering is a greater cut of the money we're making, we're still making more money off of the higher tier, right? So you want it to be a better deal for your customers, but you also want to make more money technically off of that user, right? Or off of that team. So I think we're still like on the right pace, but this is kind of like a crazy progression. Like we're going like order of magnitude up in cost while still making more money, but I'm willing to bet that we could optimize this a bit better price-wise. Like if I just added $5 to the startup tier, $25 to unicorn here, like we're making massively more profit. But at the end of the day, yeah, the value per user is pretty nice. And even if our like cheapest users are opting in at this, our profit margin is high. We'd make more money off of this. Our margin would be lower, but it would be higher revenue, right? And I think that's the way to do that kind of pricing. So I think I'm okay with this. So yeah, sorry, I had to crunch these numbers. I have to, like, as a business, you got to crunch like the business numbers, right? Exactly, they're squirrely. Yeah. Like, even if it's a smaller margin of profit, it's still a higher, like, literal amount of profit for the amount of effort it's going to take on our part, right? And then, especially once you compare it to something like mention.com, dude, it's $600. I'd assume this is $600 a month. Yeah, like, dude, easy. And yeah, 80-20 rule and all that BS. Yep. So yeah, I don't know. I like it. Let me go pee. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. I broke the seal. Give me a sec. And yeah, so I just had a thought. Hold on. Let me itch my nose a little. I guess the main thought, right, ignoring competitors, is that the pricing that you see, this is purely based on the cost of labor being zero, right? Because I'm currently, like, I have no employees. My operating expenses are just the basic overhead of the business, which I think we calculated somewhere else too. Yes, this is currently what I'm paying. Minus the Blue Sky proxy, but we should probably do the Blue Sky proxy here soon. So my operating expenses are around $40 a month. Which would mean I would need 5 pre-seed users. I would need like 2 startup users. Or 2 unicorn users. I think it's closer to maybe like 3 startup users. But yeah, like, and then boom, all operating expenses are covered. So at least, like, profitability for this is not outside the realm of reason. Dude, if I could get 200 paying customers, this is profitable. This is, like, massively valuable. All right. So if we do 200, let's just say 200 times $9 profit. That's not bad, honestly. And 200 paying users is totally doable, right? Like, it's tough. It'll take a while to get there, but I think it's actually totally doable. I think we could get to like a 10K a month business here at some point. Now, 10K a month is less than I make in salary. but 20K a month is just 400 users, right? It's like the scale of it. I think we get to like massive profitability and value pretty easily. Yeah, I don't know. Something to think about. I don't know. I'm just trying to crunch numbers and think about this stuff. When you're asking about, we're using the 120B for now because it's on the free tier. I did not crunch the numbers on this being, like, what is the cost difference? Oh, hold on. I'm looking at free. We don't want to do free. We want to do just regular. Right now we're on the free tier for like local stuff, but that's fine. So yeah, like at this point, we could farm out to the 20B, but from a cost basis, it's like a 30% savings, maybe a quarter. So yeah, 25% would really only start affecting us when we get to unicorn tier anyway. Yeah, it would help this tier actually become more like profitable. But at the same time, like, dude, like one unicorn tier customer is already paying for like all of my operating expenses. Not all, but like the most expensive parts. So I don't know. I don't think I'm worried about that. So yeah, I'm not worried about that margin problem. I do think, you know, as anyone running a business, you should be crunching these numbers on a regular basis. But every time I crunch these numbers, I start to realize that I shouldn't have been so worried. About the profitability of like using OpenRouter. Like I could have just started building directly using OpenRouter and we'd have been fine. I still like the idea of prototyping with WebLLM though. Maybe for like other apps, for other things, especially stuff that like you have no way of billing someone anyway. Yeah, offload the cost of it to them and then you're good. I think there's a lot of stuff that could be done there. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. Yeah, we're just going to use OpenRouter. We're doing that part. I do need to maybe like, yeah, I need to start setting up the pitch deck. And yeah, what someone said earlier, like really, just get more venture capital. Problem solved. What I want to do is I want to prove this out in a slightly bootstrapped way. If I can get to 10K a month, I am far more like confident that VC funding is the right way to go. But I don't know. Yeah, something to think about. Doll hairs. Ooh. What's the exchange rate of doll hairs to dollars? I think that depends on the price of oil, right? So you're saying you got about 50 cents worth of doll hairs. Okay. That is not a great exchange rate. Do we think doll hairs are a commodity that will become scarce in the future? Is there an upside to this transaction? And how much of the business do you want for those doll hairs? Right? Like, what percentage are you looking for that 50 cents, basically? I'm thinking I'll buy you like a whiskey a year. You don't get any of the profit. You don't get any ownership or stake in the company. But yeah, I'll buy you a drink if we're ever hanging out. How about that? 5 Dino Nuggies and a Coke from the company fridge. Damn. Look at Mr. Moneybags. He's got a company fridge. I was just thinking it was a cooler that we keep like refilling from the ice machine at 7-Eleven. Right? You got to make sure you go there like not when the main manager's there, when your homie's there. But yeah, so like more to the point being made, yes, 25% like cost savings going from 120B to 20B, that could absolutely be worth it. Like 25% is 25% once your like spend is at a certain level. And I would think that we'd be able to fine tune that without fucking up the users anyway. We'd probably want to set up evals based upon our users' actual prompts and make sure that there's no like degrade in value for those users. So that would be kind of a fun experiment just to build around. Like, how do you do that? How do you do that right and measure and double check that you're not fucking your users just for a 25% like cost benefit? That I don't know. Because yeah, like latency, the only thing we'd be optimizing for with the 20B, I mean, latency, sure, a little bit, but honestly, it's just a cost. It's just a cost measure. Now, here is the interesting thing. We could at least get ourselves in the list of like, you know, the rankings for the 20B model. It'd be easier to hit the rankings for the 20B model than the 120 model. And could that be free marketing? That could be a thing. But anyway, yeah. I like talking about these business things. I like thinking it out. Is it also a really good excuse to like take my sweet time doing any of this stuff? Damn right. Because all I'm really thinking about is this, these 2 breakfast croissant sandwiches I'm going to be making for dinner. That's actually occupying all of my thoughts at the moment. And then what video game am I playing tonight? That's also occupying my thoughts at the moment. Hold on. Let me just reply to this. All right, so yeah. And yes, sentiment analysis, like there's a bunch of other things we're going to be doing that eat into the cost of this stuff, right? The moment we get sentiment analysis, I think the nice part about sentiment analysis is that it will really only run once per event. So our cost there is much lower, right? We don't need to run sentiment analysis based on a lens, I don't think. So the cost for that's going to be pretty low, right? Like at 50,000 events per month. I am proud. Hell yeah, Nick. 50 times hold on, wait. Oh, we did 500 times that. Yeah, so 50 times that gives us the 15 mil. And that puts us right back at the 40 cents. No, hold on. 15, that would be 15 times 4 cents, 60 cents. Okay. So basically, we end up, that's what sentiment analysis would cost us at the startup level or at the unicorn level. So it's almost like whatever this value is at the previous level is what like sentiment analysis will cost us at the next level. So at unicorn, it's another $2.60 to cover sentiment analysis. What about for like generating agent output? Well, that's going to be pretty expensive. And then npm install sentiment is free. Is it not good enough? I'm not using Node.js on the server. There are ways that we could do like AFIN-based sentiment analysis, but I don't know. That's really just like keyword matching at that point, which means it's not multi-language capable. Now, here's the big thing. I'm not using a merchant of record at the moment, so I can't properly start billing people in other countries anyway. Which means like other languages might not have value yet either. But no, that's still not true. Like, right? Like, yeah, no, let's think about that. Even US-based companies want to care about what other people are saying in other countries, right? So even then, yeah, we want multi-language support. Yeah, exactly. Lots of people even here speak another language, but businesses based in the US still have worldwide customers talking about their product. So yeah, I think sentiment analysis is still like, no, we're going to use an LLM for that. I think that's the only right way to do it. But for the most part, an extra $2.50 on the unicorn tier is eating into our margin, but we're still making more per org than we are at any other tier. And I think the numbers still work out in our favor. Yeah, multi-language support is absolutely essential for what we're doing. So yeah, I think even then we're not going to use AFIN. It was something to think about, you know? But yeah, all right. I don't know, man. This is actually kind of the fun part, doing a bit of this number crunching. I mean, just like doing ballpark like napkin math. I really enjoy doing napkin math. Like I massively enjoy doing napkin math. And yeah, realistically, just bumping up the cost of the unicorn tier to 60 would solve so many fucking problems. What I'm thinking, though, is we'll opt people in at whatever tier they buy in at, and then we can let them get some of that FOMO as we increase prices. Because, hey, if you're already opted in, you're grandfathered into the older price. It's just new customers that get charged the new rate. So then when they go to cancel, we can let them know, like, hey, you're currently on a grandfathered plan. If you were to restart this later, it'll cost you more money. And then maybe they just keep the plan. And I know, is that a little shady? Maybe, but I don't think it's that shady. You're just letting them know, like, hey, if you want to keep paying for it and you're getting anything out of it, you might as well keep paying the cheaper price. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I like that. I enjoy a process of being grandfathered into something more so than I like getting an introductory offer. I have more loyalty to a thing I'm grandfathered into. With the 80/20, am I going to implement something like 25% rollover tokens every month? Probably not. I do think we can do like a loyalty thing of some kind. I do think that's not a bad idea. We could do a loyalty thing where, like, yeah, you've been a customer forever. You went over your tier. Well, it's all right. We're not going to charge you extra something. Right now, we don't even have the concept of charging extra. Right? So let me just point that out. Like, we don't even have the concept of charging for overage. So at this point, like, incentivizing people to, like, pay for overage forgiveness doesn't matter as much, you know? Something we'll want to do eventually. Like, I fully believe that. We'll want to do that eventually. I just don't know. Is that a higher priority, right? Like, overage forgiveness. Is that a higher priority than sentiment analysis? Is that a higher priority over, like, automated, like, agent responses? I don't know. I think the agent responses and sentiment analysis is a more important feature for sure. And then as we get to it and users start getting close to the limits, we can just fudge the numbers and give them extra anyway, right? There's all sorts of ways that we could not be as strict for certain users. I just feel like that's an easier problem to just solve ad hoc at some point rather than like build in as a system. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm thinking out loud. No idea. I mean, I have a little bit of an idea, but I don't want to make a decision yet. Let me put it that way. But okay. Anyway, yep. Yeah, we did that crunching. So yeah, what's everyone's plans for the day? What's everyone eating for dinner tonight? How about that one? You're doing breakfast for dinner? So am I. Hell yeah. Bacon, ham, and cheese croissants. I'm going to do one with American cheese and the other with Colby Jack. Or I'm going to do both with both. I haven't decided yet. Your wife's cooking hash browns, protein cakes, and eggs. What the hell is a protein cake? Some kind of like super muffin? Oh, Kodiak protein pancakes. Ah, okay. That makes more sense. Hey, what's up, Talons? Hey, I just want to say, like, I don't know, sorry for the conversation the other night. But yeah, Millsy. So, Scottish guy reporting for duty to be the bearer of information and everyone else just be wrong. Even Wikipedia is wrong compared to Scottish people. Now, I get it, Millsy. I get it. That other person, they're allowed back. I just think they got a little heated, you know? The fact that we had two of those 2 days in a row, that's my fault. For sure. There's no doubt about that. It didn't go so harsh the first time, but yesterday, yeah, it could have been better. No. I almost exactly remember the moment where it probably escalated more than it should, and that's when I said you were being rude. I was too. I admit that. But it did feel a little bit like I was being talked down to. Whether that's true or not, that's how I perceived it, and that's where that statement came from. So, I don't know. I think mainly me. Like, I think everything was fine until I said that, and that was just like, boom. It shut the whole conversation down. Yeah,
exactly, Yum. Yep. Yeah, I mean, you just got to think about it. That's all. And yeah, you were tired. Like, you got reasons. Like, honestly, Talons, I still take most of the blame. I think actually that was part of the escalation yesterday too. Did I maybe do a double blind study and use the rude word again in the conversation yesterday? I did, and it's an escalation that almost no conversation needs. Even if someone is being rude, telling them so, that's like a point of no return. I'm saying if, not that people were, but even if they were being rude, and you're right in calling them rude, which I'm not saying was the case, still not a good idea to do it. Right? It's like a point of no return in a conversation. No, and I get that, Talons. It's just it was two separate occasions. There was Saturday night, and then there was yesterday. And oh, hold on. 1 second. And yeah, in both cases, I think the point of no return was the rude word. So it's just note to self. No, yeah, it makes sense, and that's totally okay. I think it would have been fine without the rude word, in my opinion. That's my current analysis of like the root cause analysis of two separate conversations getting out of hand. Whether true or not. Just, you know. You should be ready for someone to go scorched earth the moment you say that. Doesn't mean it's justified either way. But yeah, I don't know. But anyway, yeah, just saying. Fault's my own. Appreciate you for also being very cool about it, Talons. All right, so here's that again. Open source UI library. You may find elements I like for the website I'm working on. Exactly. Thank you. Yeah, it's not that like the frustration wasn't felt, but that was the moment that I think the conversation was like unsalvageable in the moment. And I think it happened yesterday too. Yeah, so the reason I'm not a fan of these kinds of libraries is that they're so piecemeal. And by trying to glue together a bunch of just like random shit, you just don't get like a cohesive experience. Oof. Well, I mean, good hallucination. Those can be fun. I'm just saying. Good hallucinations can be fun. But what I actually want to do is I want to create a library like Neo-Brutalism, but using this like neumorphism style as well. So yeah, that's actually one of the projects I want to build here on stream for sure. I want to build a neumorphism wrapper around ShadCN that does this like fake realistic shadow stuff, you know, and lighting and all that. I really want to build like a Neo-Brutalism ShadCN wrapper, but make it neumorphism instead. I think that would be really fun. And yeah, it's in our Trello board. We'll get to it eventually. I just got other stuff I got to do first. I get that. Yeah, we can do filtering. I'm sure it's really cool. I like the idea.
it's really hard to make it cohesive. It's like sites like IcoMoon. Or no, not IcoMoon. I mean, IcoMoon, same thing, but no, what's the one? Iconify. Right? So the moment you go to something like Iconify, you start finding, well, okay, yes, I'm going to pick Tabler for all of my icons. And then, well, Tabler doesn't have the icon I want, so I'm going to go grab it from one of these other things. The moment you start doing that, you lose this like level of cohesiveness. Right? Where things just don't feel like they fit together anymore. And it's rare that you'll notice it like immediately, but something will feel off in a UI when you start like mixing and matching too much. And I say this purely as a person who is really bad at design in general, but I can glue together other people's designs. Over enough time, I've realized that like gluing together the wrong things becomes a problem. But yeah, it seems cool. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, it applies to design basically everywhere. Yeah, exactly. Everywhere. And then Myrtle Beach. Wait, are the Rams getting destroyed right now? Hold on. We do need to look at our fantasy league. Atoda doesn't stand a chance. What about the rest of the league? How about the game that matters? Chaotic versus Danielle. Okay. There's definitely a chance. I think Kyle Pitts could nail it. And Puka could blow it. And Chaotic does have a chance. But man, Chaotic, I bet you feel real bad about starting Jalen Hurts over Caleb Williams. Granted, it's like the first game Caleb Williams has actually done really well in all year. But damn, dude. It wouldn't even be a competition if you started Caleb instead. Okay, so yeah. The Rams are getting dumpstered. But why isn't Kyle Pitts getting any receptions? What the fuck, man? But yeah, what's up, Alzar? How you doing? I don't know why. Your name just reminded me of Baldar. Baldar Conehead. Nebs. Nebs. Okay. Yeah. Back to what we're doing. I know. I'm like slacking. I'm just getting hungry. That's all there is to it. It's food time. But not yet. let's hammer some more of this out. We crunched some numbers. And this is the part we cared about. Yeah, so there needs to be like another thing here. And yeah, this is where we're running into the annoyingness of keeping billing tier specific stuff in the database, rather than just like hard coding it. And the reason we do that is so we can like grandfather people into various like plans and stuff. Did I say godfather? Grandfather people in. But Talons, hold on. Is this music a little much? Should I do something chiller for you? I just noticed how much this music was at the moment. Like, I want to find something else anyway. Let's just find something chiller. Here we go. Okay. So the music was fine. Well, this is better music anyway. So there we go. Okay, so what we end up needing to do is we need to like update billing tiers. And we could do that in this same migration, or we create a separate one. What I'm thinking actually is create org quotas here. Yeah, this is where we do an alter. But not orgs, this is billing tiers. And we want to add a field. And that field is not monthly price. Right, so then we can do lens results. Default it to 0. And then in a separate migration, it'll be our like seed thing, and we just modify the table. So then that's where we do like the up-down stuff. I don't think we need the actual down. It's just in the up where we set the values and we call that good. Yeah, all right, so we call that good, and we need to do this, and... All right, seed billing tiers, lens results, quotas. Danceable music? It is a solid album. Yeah, it's good. Like you can bob your head to it. Good for West Coast swing? Okay. I was actually just going to reference Genesis. I wouldn't know because I can't dance. I can't talk. Only thing about me is the way I walk, right? I don't know. It's a solid song. It's a solid song. All right. I think it counts. Yeah, what's up, Mr. Mister? How you doing? So yeah, in the down of this, I mean, that field goes away anyway, so it doesn't matter. So we just want to make sure that we're filling that field with a value that makes sense for the tier that we're at. And instead of down, this is just simply... Wait, what do I want to call what? Wait, was that a Genesis reference that I missed? I don't know. Whatever. No, I want to create a function here. I just don't know what I want to call it yet. And we're going to have to create a name for it. Naming functions, the hardest part of programming. Oh, that's right. Yeah, touche. Okay, and yeah, this is not heavily optimized. Sorry for the burp. I don't think it needs to be heavily optimized. It only runs when we're doing our migrations anyway. I know, I'm sorry for the burps. They're gross, but whatever. I'll do what I want. So then, yeah, that function, that is just us doing this. See, I like the ones that you do, but you keep your mouth closed, so then the burp like bubbles up through the nose, and you feel it like you feel the carbon dioxide react with the atmosphere, and your nose like tingles from it. Is that just me? Is that just a me thing? That might be a me thing. Hold on 1 second. Let me do something just right here real quick. All right. Anyway. So here's something fun that I can't actually do, but it crossed my mind. Oh, wait, hold on a sec. yeah, no, I get it. Whoops. Yeah, that bridge is burnt. But basically, someone on LinkedIn was like, friends in DevRel, DevX leadership, if any of you are looking for a job right now, I know of a good one. Send a DM for details and referral. I think there are other people massively more qualified than myself, obviously. And there's something I can't actually explicitly say until it all happens. But I can think of at least 2 people that are going to be looking here soon. if they don't already know. It is interesting to me that you can see a job get posted for an org and your spidey sense starts tingling. Like, oh, wait, I know people who are there. How are they hiring for that role if those people still have a role in the future? And the answer is they probably don't. I can't say what those roles are and who these people are, but man, there is definitely a thing. If you're at a somewhat larger company, you should have some alerts for certain job types that massively overlap with your job type at certain orgs. And if they start trying to hire for those roles while you're still there, and they haven't talked to you about it specifically, it's a huge fucking red flag. I hope people know that. Like, if you're leading a team and you see a role for director of developer relations, and that's like really adjacent to kind of what your title is, that's not a good sign. It's the only hint I'm giving. But let me go grab another soda. Let me go use the restroom, and I'll be right back. All right, see it. And man, I am looking forward massively to these breakfast sandwiches. They're going to be super good. Don't shake it more than twice. Doesn't matter how many times you shake it, there's still going to be the dribble at the end. That's just science. The double dribble. All right, so what's everyone up to? Enjoying your, I think today is Monday, right? It doesn't feel like a Monday. I did not wake up today with a case of the Mondays. Let me just point that out right now. It feels like it's been Friday for at least 5 or 6 days. Hold on. Now I need to share this. 1 second. I just saw someone who, Gary Simon, I don't know who they are. I guess they're big on YouTube or something. I don't know. Fuck if I know. They do this design course thing. I randomly saw their tweet that said, living in Ohio is a very miserable experience. JLem. He's not wrong, right? So they're strongly considering southern Arizona for max sunshine. And I simply reached out to him pointing out, like, hey, the AZ meetup scene could use some work if you end up trying to organize a design meetup. I'm pretty sure I could convince Get Kraken to help in some way. Speakers, food, venue, whatever. So yeah, let me just share that with work. Let them know what I'm volunteering them for, which I think is important, actually. All right, anyway. So yeah, hold on. I just realized I didn't share that. And yeah, Bokanon, you lost all sense of weekdays since Christmas. Yeah, that's literally what I'm talking about. It's been a Friday since Christmas Eve, for sure. So we're on like day 6 or 7 of Friday. But yeah, hold on. Let me just show this off. If you're in the Arizona area, definitely worth checking out. Oh, wait, hold on. Best thing you bought yourself for Christmas, sometimes it's the little things. Is that a Zune? It looks like a Zune to me. I know it's not a Zune. Apple had the fucking circular thing patented. But yeah, no, basically, this post. No, Zunes were good. I actually had a friend who really, really, really wanted a Zune. for reasons, and they were actually a fantastic piece of hardware. Yeah, damn right, Cam. I'm not actually disagreeing. It was like a joke and not a joke at the same time. Shit. And yeah, exactly, Alzar. Complaining about 6 months of gloom? No, give me more gloom. Yeah. The sun's trying to fucking kill me. Yeah. Give me more gloom. I've basically told GitKraken it is a very, very, very hard thing to convince me that it's worth going to Arizona during the summer. Like, they basically just can't. I was there for like a day last year. Like, for a single day during June. Whew. Boy, that sucked. Boy, that sucked. Been to Arizona once and it was in June. Never again. Yeah, never again. Right? You can go to Arizona right now and it's warmer than our summer. Fuck that. Like, dude. Fuck that. I don't know if people realize. But yeah, I'll give this dude a follow. Why not? He's bigger than me anyway, but whatever. Shoot your shot. It's just the internet, you know? Why is the land so cheap in Arizona? Because it's fucking Arizona. Dude. Because no human being should be able to survive there without modern technology, right? I'm not saying like should as in like no one deserves to live there. I mean like it defies science to live in Arizona. It is just like, it is the peak of humanity's hubris to try and live in Arizona. I'm not religious, but if you are, it's like giving a middle finger to whatever deity you believe in. We're supposed to get sun. No, the sun's trying to kill me. Do you realize, like, dude, look at how pale I am. The sun is literally trying to kill me, dude. I know, right? Like, dude, here comes the sun. No, that's just Chris's unfiltered forearm. The light side. And here's the thing. That part of my arm has at least seen, I want to say, a couple days of sunlight every year. There are parts of me that have never seen sunlight. They are translucent. Ooh, damn Talons, really? Yeah, basically see-through. I am basically see-through. Yeah, like, so far, I've gotten, like, all of my shit checked, right? Every mole that I've had that I thought was a problem, like, nah, no doctor was ever worried about it. Because I don't go out in the sun. But even then, I do still need to get checked. Yeah, it's a map. For sure. In olden times, pirates would have mistaken you for a treasure map, you know? There's the X. That's where we got to go, boys. Right? Obviously, we go over these mountains. Sorry, that's getting a little weird. It got weirder and weirder the more I started thinking about it. I apologize. You can see the veins in my face, even on camera. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. For sure. Duh. This is multiple layers of color correction. I'm paler in real life. A paler shade of pale. Yeah, exactly. All right, just making sure. Didn't want to make you uncomfortable. The more I started saying words, the more I should have stopped saying words. Oh, right? Yeah, there's Vanta Black. Vanta Black is bullshit. Vanta White. Yes, exactly. I believe it's just called a mirror. You know? Right? If Vanta Black absorbs all light, Vanta White reflects all light, which is literally just a mirror. Now, that's not even Vanta White. That's just like regular white. Vanta White would reflect all light. Like, it would amplify the light that touches it. That would be the Vanta White. Right? If we consider Vanta Black to be so, like, absorbing of light that it doesn't even really cast shadows on itself, Vanta White would be all shadow, but in a weird way. That is Vanna White. Vanna White. I bet she's got a patent going. Smart. Should have locked that down. All right, so yeah, pre-seed. Pre-seed is more than 100. Now, let's fix this. All right, so there we go. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we nailed it with that part. So I think we've updated the database. We can look all these things up as we need to, and things are there and blah, blah. And we can run this to be sure. We are at 7 p.m. and I should get food in my belly. I need to get a little bit of work done tonight. So I want to play some games and eat some food. There is definitely some work I need to do. Cascadia JS stuff, work, other things. Yeah. So this might be a good point. Let me just run the migration. Ooh. So we're not using that value. We need to do that. Let me do that. Let me get, I don't know, any music going? All of this feels like a problem that needs to be solved tomorrow, not today. No, I think that was part of it. That's a lot of warnings. We should solve the warnings for sure. But this one feels weird. Yeah, no worries, Bokanon. For sure. I mean, I'll be live tomorrow. Yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. I'll be live tomorrow. That's right. Shit. No, that's right. We can't do our queries that way. We got to use the full on like insert into BS. Like we got to just do like raw SQL. Okay. No, that's an easy fix. This needs to be a raw squeal. That's actually our fix because the modules for this part, they haven't loaded yet. And that's all there is to it. So, okay. I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'll be streaming the day after that. I'll be streaming the day after that. I'll be streaming all the way through Monday. Like, I don't plan on taking a day off. Yeah, I don't plan on taking a day off until not Wednesday, like 2 days from now, but like a week from Wednesday. I can do Sunday this week. So yeah, we're going to be streaming a lot. Unicorn tier as a polyamorous person is funny. Wait, are they? What am I missing? Not saying they aren't. I just don't know what that means. Yeah, I'm also slightly confused. Different kind of confused, but still slightly confused. Is that a term? That's a thing? By people who date couples? Huh, I did not know that. So it's the other side of the coin of the, hey, we really like your energy meme, right? We saw you from across the bar and we really like your energy. Yeah, no, that sounds about right. Damn it. Now, where's the meme? There was a meme for this. We saw you from across the bar and we really like your energy. That was definitely a meme. I don't know where the meme came from, but whatever. Maybe a little bit there, Chezzy. I don't know if we want to use that term in general. Someone else allowed it, it looks like, but I don't know. We're not trying to go that far off the rails. It's fine, Cam. I forgive you. It's okay. We've seen worse. But that said, we are about to go raid someone. Not because of that. Just because, man, I want to eat these breakfast croissants. That's all I can think about. That's all I've been thinking about all day since I started streaming. I want to eat these ham, egg, and cheese breakfast croissants for dinner. So now I got to cook them. Now I just got to, like, cook it. And yeah, it's totally fine there, Chessie. It's okay. We see Dat Nerd. We could go raid Dat Nerd. Dave Eddy's going as well. Zucchini carrot muffins full of melted chocolate. I think you just made that up. Owen, that's fucking brutal, dude. You should probably eat some food. All right, so here it is. Obsidian plugin or writing bash and doing Linux? Who here has a strong preference? All right, Dave Eddy, writing bash and doing Linux. I guess that's it. There we go. All it took was one person because I'm too lazy anyway. And Dave Eddy puts out a lot of good content, so sounds good. Let's go do it. Ravenous, you should probably eat some food too. I mean, you can do whatever you want. But yeah, let's go say hi to Dave Eddy. I know we rated him somewhat recently, but you know what? I didn't know he streamed as much. We're catching up for lost time. But Malware Bytes. Hold on, what does Malware Bytes typically do? Is that like, that's like a security-focused kind of stream, right? Right, like hack the box stuff? I could be wrong. Haven't eaten is actually the right word. Okay, so yeah, no, Malware Bytes. Yeah. Quick little bite to eat. Boom, I get it. Science. Yeah, there you go. Now I get it. It's like I smoke weed or something, which I haven't even done yet today. So yeah, I'll be over on gaming. I'm going to be cooking some food. I'm going to cook these ham and egg croissants. They're going to be fucking amazing. But I'll be doing that over on Griffing and Chill. And then, yeah, I'll be playing some games tonight. I don't know what game that's going to be. I probably do need to do some video editing, but I can do that tomorrow morning. Maybe. If I wake up in time. But see you guys over on Dave Eddy's stream. I'll see y'all tomorrow, or some of y'all over on gaming. Later.